many resources online available, and there's really an access that we haven't had before. So I'm going to put a link in the description to this calendar if you are interested. It seems to be pretty accurate compared to a previous text that I had owned, which was the Egyptian Book of Days by Millicene Draco. This book is by Tamara El Suda. I think this person is an Italian scholar. And as you can see, I've got my 2021 all ready to go with all my extra pages. Sorry, bumping the bed frame. So, I won't be talking too much about the Egyptian calendar right now. But when you see me flipping through and there's these extra pages in there, that's what those are. So first off, I'm going to brush your hair out of your face. And I'm going to clip it back. And we're going to remove some different negative energies. And I'm going to do a little bit of light therapy. So let me get all of your hair up and clipped. Great. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to brush over your face. Just like this. And that's going to loosen up some of the negativity that is sitting right on the surface. And of course, negative energy can be anywhere on your body, but I find that because our face is kind of like our presentation to the world, a lot of negative energy can accumulate there that you wouldn't even think about. So let me just this hair clip. And now we can get started. Alright, so let me run through the ephemera really quickly for you. Mercury has gone into retrograde in the sign of Scorpio, so that's going to be in effect all of this week until, let's see, go in the back here. Alright. Mercury is going to be in retrograde in Scorpio and go back into Libra even on the 29th of October. And then on the 2nd of November is when Mercury is going to go direct again, and then it's going to move back into Scorpio on November 11th. So on 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. Alright, and so just watch out for issues with communication, the mail, travel, all of those things. On Wednesday, the 14th, the moon is in Virgo, and there is an opposition to Neptune in Pisces. There's a trine to Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn in Capricorn. Those three planets are kind of moving together, and so there's that sequence that I talked about last week with Jupiter first, and then Pluto, and then Saturn, which is good because Jupiter is all about wealth and expansion. Pluto is all about all the things that have not yet come to be, or that their existence is very transitory. And then Saturn is the planet of concretion, and so like you have this really great progression through those energies regarding career and also finance. And then there's also a quincunx to Mars in Aries. And then the moon enters Libra. Now, on the 15th, the moon is going to be in Libra. Sun is also in Libra, so you have a conjunction between Sun and Moon. Or that conjunction comes the next day. Okay. And you have an opposition to Chiron in Aries and a quincunx to Uranus and Taurus, and I'll be going more in depth into the meanings when I do the separate readings. On October the 16th, which is Friday, that's going to be the new moon in Libra, and we do have a conjunction between the sun and moon. At that time, we have that progression again of Jupiter, Pisces, or Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn in Capricorn, all squaring that moon in Libra. There's a quincunx with Neptune in Pisces, an opposition with Mars in Aries. And then the moon enters Scorpio, so you can see that right now the planets are progressing in this certain way, and so they're all going to be forming like these placements in a very similar way against the moon for the next however long. And then the moon enters Mercury, so then on Saturday the 17th, we get that conjunction between the moon and Mercury in Scorpio. There's also a quincunx with Chiron in Aries and a opposition between the moon and Uranus in Taurus. Sunday the 18th, there are a lot of placements with the moon in Scorpio. So you've got sextile to Venus in Virgo, and then you also have sextile to Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn in Capricorn. There's a quincunx to Mars in Aries. There's a square between the Sun in Libra and Saturn in Capricorn. And there's also a square between Mars in Aries and Jupiter in Capricorn. And the moon is going to enter Sagittarius. Then on Monday, you have some placements between Venus and Virgo, and you've got a quincunx between Venus and Virgo and Mars and Aries. That could be a really passionate time for some of you. There's trine between Venus and Virgo and Jupiter in Capricorn, and then a trine between the moon in Sagittarius and Chiron in Aries. And then there's another quincunx between the moon in Sagittarius and Uranus in Taurus. And there's an opposition between Mercury in Scorpio and Uranus in Taurus. Again, it looks like... Oh, that was moon in Scorpio in opposition. Okay. And then on Tuesday, you've got moon in Sagittarius being square to Neptune in Pisces and Venus in Virgo. And then there's a trine with Mars in Aries and a sextile with the Sun in Libra. So that could be a very good placement. There is an OP on this day, which is an opportune period. The moon squaring Venus at 8:28 a.m. on the west coast and 11:28 a.m. on the east coast. And that's going to be an opportune period until the moon enters Capricorn, and that could be either 11:45 on the west coast or 2:44 a.m. on the east coast of Wednesday. And then, so the moon will be in Capricorn on the 21st. You've got a square with Chiron in Aries. You have trines with, you have a trine with Uranus in Taurus, and then a sextile with Mercury in Scorpio, and then there's a trine between Venus in Virgo and Pluto in Capricorn. Alright, and then next week the sun will be entering Scorpio, so that'll be all of those Scorpio birthdays coming up. I want to say a happy birthday to all my Libras who are having one this week. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you get some good messages for your birthday. So this is an absolutely massive bloodstone, and I say massive because typically the blood portion of the stone is a little vein or some splotching on the surface of the stone, and this stone is mostly this red color, and then there's a little bit of green down here at the bottom and a green spot here. So you do know that it is a bloodstone, but Mars in Aries is an energy of action, and quincunx is a placement of action. Now, the moon in Virgo is all about emotional states and hidden things regarding your daily life and your health. So it could be a good day to go to the doctor and get something checked out if that's something that you need to have done. We also have a opposition between the Sun in Libra and Chiron in Aries, and that's going to be on the 15th, which is Thursday. And Chiron in Aries is more like a healer, so any kind of impetuous feelings or immaturity that you are working through. The Sun in Libra having to do with partnerships. It might be a day where the things that you're working through on your own create a problem between you and people you are partnered with, either in romance or in work, or this could also apply to legal situations. Alright, we also have an opposition between Mars in Aries and the Sun in Libra on Friday the 16th. So that's the day of the new moon in Libra as well. And that has to do with moon in Libra as partnerships, and then Mars in Aries is again that energy of action. So whereas the Chiron in Aries is about the issues that you're working through as an Aries, the Mars in Aries energy is a very fast-moving, action-oriented kind of energy, and the moon in Libra being about your emotional partnerships, there could be some friction between you and a partner over your desire to act on something. And then on the next day, we have the moon in Scorpio. So Chiron in Aries is going to be quincunx to that moon in Scorpio. You can see kind of like the movement of how the planets are going right now. And so Chiron in Aries being things you're working through, moon in Scorpio is an emotional or hidden energy related to death, sex, and other people's resources. So there could have been hidden finances or hidden issues with an estate. There could also be, it could be about a relationship, things being hidden about somebody's sexual energy. But in this case, or emotions tied up in sexual energy. In this case, the quincunx is a placement of action, and so between the healing that you're doing or the work that you're doing on yourself and this energy that could be coming from somebody else, because Scorpio energy can be a very externalized kind of an energy. There's going to be some action there for the better. Sunday the 18th, we have again a quincunx, but it's between moon in Scorpio and Mars in Aries. So again, that same kind of progression. And the moon in Scorpio energy is going to be, emotions or hidden things about death, sex, and other people's resources. So compared to the Mars in Aries energy, Mars in Aries is about action and quincunx is about action. So it's kind of like the progression as you move through these placements between the moon and Mars and Chiron in Aries. All these different aspects are going to get dealt with. So next we have Venus in Virgo, quincunx Mars in Aries on Monday the 19th. And Venus in Virgo is a romantic energy, but it's around like daily life and routines and health. And so that's going to be quincunx to Mars in Aries. So again, very action-oriented energy. So if there is something that you've been wanting to integrate into your routines regarding romance or love, or Venus could even be about bringing in new money, Monday's going to be a good day for that kind of action. There's also the trine forming on Monday between Chiron in Aries and the moon in Sagittarius. So moon in Sagittarius energy is going to be related to your higher self, anything that you're doing to elevate the self. And that's why this progression this week is going to be exceptionally good for you, because now you're getting into like moon in Sagittarius, moon in Capricorn, and moon in, well, just moon in Sagittarius, moon in Capricorn for now. But next week, you'll be cycling all the way through that. And then on Wednesday, the 21st, you have a square between Chiron in Aries and the moon in Capricorn. And so that moon in Capricorn is all about career and stability. So it's possible that there are things about the parts of yourself that you're working on related to Chiron in Aries that are going to be at odds with a moon in Capricorn energy, like emotional states about your career or hidden things about the career. All right. Gonna put some lip gloss on. Here, do you want some? Yeah, there you go. Okay. What do I need to tell Aries? Sun, moon, and rising for this week, Friday the 16th. That's the new moon. So there's going to be oppositional energy between that Mars in Aries and the new moon. So if you're trying to take action on something, just keep in mind that new moon is better for pushing things out of your life than for bringing things into your life. So it's a good time to let go of bad habits. But because it is a oppositional placement, it might be difficult for you to do that. So just go easy on yourself. Alright, what else do I need to tell Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week, 14th of October through the 21st of October? Get ready for a long car ride. I don't think this is necessarily a trip. I feel like, for example, I live in Los Angeles, and if you are out running errands all over town on a day, you could end up driving for 5 hours. So just get ready for a long car ride, especially especially with traffic and everything, depending on where you live. It could be something that usually takes you a much shorter time to accomplish, but because of the time of day that you have to do it, that you end up on the road for much longer than you had anticipated. We are here to help. Who is your family and friends? Yeah, I sense that for some of you, there's a lot of this that could be kind of delegated to other people, that it would help you to do that, and that you have people around you that are happy to help you do that. What else does Aries need to know? Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising for the week of the 14th of October through the 21st. I think I had said before, getting your papers in order. I usually say that to one sign. I feel like every time I do these readings, there's one sign that I say, like, make sure that you're getting all of your paperwork in order. Watch out for the elephant in the room. Don't just run right into it. Yeah. There could be something that everyone else is avoiding talking to you about. And maybe it doesn't need to be addressed. Maybe you feel like it should be addressed. But at this point, maybe that's not the best way to go about it. There could be other things at stake that you don't notice because they aren't directly related to you. Like, there could be things about it that are at stake that have nothing to do with you, even if the overarching situation is something that you're very involved in. It could just be one of those situations. Out in front of it, there are warning signs. So there's going to be things that pop up, that you start to understand the totality of a situation. And so there's all these things that pop up, and you start to realize, like, why people are not talking about these things, okay? And it seems like there's something to do with somebody's brother. Is it your brother, or is it... I feel like this could be a brother-in-law, like your partner's brother, or I'm getting like the spouse's brother, or like the partner's brother. There's an issue going on with them, and so anything having to do with your own situation, for whatever reason, is going to exacerbate that, and I don't fully understand that. That's going to be for you to determine in your particular situation, because I don't really understand why that would be the case necessarily, but that's coming up for you as well. What else do I need to tell? Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. I'm hearing something about this Virgo placement. Yeah, the Venus in Virgo quincunx with Mars in Aries on Monday the 19th occurs at 12:03 a.m. That's like right after midnight on the west coast, and around 3 in the morning on the east kind of off on the side, so you can tell that you're being sucked into this thing, but you're not the focus of it. Green support. And something about a green support group. Like, maybe for people who are on a keto diet or something, and they're trying to figure out, like, good dietary options. Because keto diet is like, when I want a good laugh, I go on YouTube and I look up keto recipes, because it's always like, deep fry this Parmesan cheese until it turns into bread, and it just kills me every time. But it could be something like that, where not necessarily trying to lose weight, but in order to improve your health, maybe there were like things about your parents' lifestyle that you observed to be unhealthy dietary wise, and so now you are going to this support group to get help in, because it's not like a Weight Watchers or something like that. It's more like making good food choices, making good healthy food choices. Exactly that, like a greens support group, like people going to talk about how they're eating spinach and kale. I know it sounds funny, but you know, if you're really trying to make a positive change in your diet, and actually a healthy one, and not just lose weight, that should be your focus anyway, because losing weight, you can still be very unhealthy and be very deprived of nutrients. This is more about getting the nutrients that you need and getting them in the right way. So that's going to be important for you this week as well, to start looking into resources for that. Is there anything else that I need to tell Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising? Excuse me. I think that's it for you for this week. Hello, Taurus. Hello. Let's talk about your ephemera for the upcoming week. So on Thursday the 15th, there's a quincunx between the Sun in Libra. That has to do with partnerships and legal affairs, and Uranus in your sign of Taurus, which can have to do with possessions changing hands, or many people determining the fate of property. So that means that action will be taken, and it could be sparked by a legal decision. Quincunx is a very fast-moving, action-oriented kind of a placement energy. What else do we have here? So on Saturday the 17th, and this is going to be right afternoon on the West Coast and around 3:30 p.m. on the East Coast. So like noon, 3:30. The moon in Scorpio is going to be in opposition to Uranus and Taurus. So moon in Scorpio energy is like emotional or hidden things related to death, sex, and other people's property. So if there is something up in the air going to be in opposition to Uranus in Taurus, and that's going to be around 8 p.m. on the west coast and 11 p.m. on the east coast. And so that's going to be very similar to that other moon in Scorpio energy, except that Mercury involves communication and sometimes travel, like short trip kind of travel, and shipping and stuff like that, and is in retrograde. So these things are already going to be way slowed down. And Mercury, the reason that Mercury retrograde is considered to be so devastating compared to other retrogrades is that the energy is slowing down. If you're talking about a planet like Saturn or Jupiter, where it's not necessarily regarded as a fast-moving energy, Saturn retrogrades can be, can have their own kinds of issues, as we have seen over the summer when Saturn's been in retrograde in its native Capricorn. But Mercury is a fast-moving planet and a fast-moving energy. So every time it goes into retrograde and it slows way down, it really clogs up the wheels of progress that you're accustomed to see turning in at a certain speed. So that's why Mercury retrogrades can be considered especially devastating to people. It's just because it's a very antithetical energy to Mercury. Excuse me, I'm sorry. There's also a moon in Sagittarius quincunx to that Uranus in Taurus a little bit earlier in the day. So, moon in Sagittarius is emotional or hidden things regarding the things that we do to elevate ourselves to a higher plane, which is higher education, travel, any kind of spiritual work that you're doing. And so that quincunx being like a placement of action, especially if you're looking at a lot of different people trying to determine the fate of property, that could be related to, hidden things with higher education, student loans, stuff like that. It could also be traveling for pleasure. So, allocating resources to do that. But because it's a quincunx, it's going to be like a very fast-moving energy. Alright, and then finally on Wednesday the 21st, you're going to see Uranus in Taurus trine the moon in Capricorn. So I think you have seen the progression of the moon and Uranus's orbits in relation to each other. Now, moon in Capricorn is all about emotional or hidden things related to career. So, Uranus in Taurus being about, possessions, either that a group of people are trying to determine the fate of, or possessions changing hands. This trine position is then going to be very favorable to that. So whereas a few days before you had oppositional and quincunx energies, by next Wednesday some of those things might be getting resolved if it has to do with career. Alright. It's getting to be a very dry time of year, so I'm going to put on some lip gloss. I do this in the videos, but I always think that my face Taurus sun, moon, and rising should expect for the 14th, which is Wednesday, through the 21st, which is also Wednesday, the following Wednesday. And instead of using a scrying oil this month, I have found that the blinds are creating certain light patterns on the stone, and so I'm using that to scry this time. I hear like barking, like a barking dog, not unfriendly, not like a growling or snarling dog, but a dog like barking, like when the mailman comes, or when a car drives past that they recognize, kind of a barking. So not like a warning, but like a kind of like, oh, this person is coming, kind of an energy. So it could be a visitor that you've been looking forward to seeing. And because dogs represent loyalty, so it could be like a loyal friend coming to visit or getting to see a loyal friend. Something about the vicinity. There's something in the vicinity of your apartment. Like, there's a lot of stuff within walking distance, maybe. And you find out that, like, there's something nearby that's like a crucial part of your life. Not like a coffee shop, but like a pharmacy where you can get discounts on your medications, or it could be a clinic of some kind, or something like that. Oh, I just remembered a really weird part of my dream last night. I dreamed that I was... Is this important to this reading? No. Okay, so this isn't necessarily pertinent to you, so I'll keep it brief. But I don't want to just say that I remember part of my dream and then not say what it is. I dreamed that I was at a gynecologist with a friend who was having some kind of procedure done, and I thought, well, maybe I'll just get an exam while I'm here, because I haven't had a yearly exam in a while. But I always go to Planned Parenthood, and the guy said it was going to be $300, and I don't have insurance, and I was like, well, I'll just go to Planned Parenthood, because they never charge me that much. So it could be that you have a Planned Parenthood in your neighborhood for some of you. That's not going to be all of you. What else do I need to tell Taurus? Sun, moon, or rising? Yeah, somewhere on your block, there's a torrent. What do you mean a torrent? Like BitTorrent? Torrenting? Or like a torrential downpour? Or like, yeah, some kind of data stream. There's a data stream on your block that you can tap into, and it will, I don't know, it seems like this is more than free Wi-Fi. We're not talking about free Wi-Fi as much as we're talking about like the download speeds and the other aspects of using the internet. Like when I upload videos, for example, it takes a lot of bandwidth to do that, and so I usually just plug my computer directly into our router with an Ethernet cable. I have a laptop just for space considerations. generation's laptop. But it's like a really robust gaming laptop, so I can plug it into the Ethernet and have like all these other extra plugs that I use with it. And I focused on getting that. So it's gonna be something like that where, because right now the flow of information is so crucial to the continuation of our society in a progressive way. Like, I feel like there's some way that you're not going, it's like you're taking up arms, but not taking up arms, and not like becoming politically involved, like running for office or working within the system necessarily, but I feel like there's a work that some of you Taurus, Sun, Moon, a lot of you Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising are going to be doing for your communities. So depending on where you live, depending on if you are part of a marginalized community, if you're trans, or if you're a person of color, or something like that. I mean, women's groups, it's possible too, but I don't feel like it's going to be related specifically to, like a woman's group, unless it's tied to something else, like women of color, or I think you get where I'm going with that. You're going to be doing a lot more work with that. Sorry, I always make these creaking noises when I readjust my feet. It's my bed springs creaking. But, so this bandwidth is going to facilitate you, it could even be like a site where, it's like cam girls, but they're all, trans women of color or something like that. It could even be something like that. I'm not saying that that's all that trans women have to offer, is access to their bodies online. Or it could be like a new type of staffing agency where there are like these government organizations, and you're trying to like create a funnel for applicants from underprivileged or underrepresented, I guess is a better way of saying it, underrepresented groups, to then get jobs as government aides or in government agencies around your area. And that way you can kind of like, because it can be a little bit difficult for somebody from an underrepresented group to just be like the only person like that in an organization, even if people are very friendly and welcoming to you. There's still this like otherness that comes along with that, and so you want to make sure that when you have the ability to put more people organization at a time, that you do that so that they have other people like themselves there, not to segregate the workplace in any way, but only so that it's not like, well, that person is only making this certain kind of complaint because they are X, Y, or Z. It's like you want to make sure that you have enough people there that they actually have a voice and are not isolated from the resources that are available to people at a workplace in regards to like sexual harassment and other workplace abuses that can occur. It's important to, like, you don't want to have somebody be the only woman at a workplace and then something happens to them, and because there are no other women working there, they end up not having a voice. So it's going to be something like that, where you're getting people good jobs that they'll be able to keep because they're not the only one there who experiences certain issues, I guess is the best way to put it. That was very convoluted. I hope that was helpful. Is there anything else that I need to tell Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising for this week of October 14th through the 21st? I think that's it. I think that's it for you for this week, Taurus. Hello, Gemini. Hello, 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 hello. So, I don't think that there are any ephemera for you for this week. I'll just check and make sure, but no. There are no ephemera for you this week, Gemini, but that's okay. I will read the crystal and see what to expect. And of course, just because Gemini isn't explicitly listed in the ephemera doesn't mean that you won't be affected by planetary movements this week. There is a new moon in Libra on Friday the 16th. And then, of course, Mercury is going to be in retrograde in Scorpio starting on the Tuesday the 13th. So, alright, Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do I need to tell you for this week of Wednesday the 14th through Wednesday the 21st? There's a great big grand opening of some kind. I don't know what kind of grand opening this could be because, with everything like it is right now, obviously you're not going to be wanting to gather with people in groups. But I feel like there's this grand opening and it was probably supposed to happen like a long time ago. Earlier this year, I think that was the people upstairs opening their window. Sorry about that. But obviously it's been difficult to plan this because of how everything has gone. because this is something that you've been looking forward to. I don't know that you're necessarily involved in it. It could be like a new art store or a new comic book shop or a new music store or something like that. A new record store maybe. Something like that where it's like a place that sells stuff that you really are into leisure wise. And I feel like you're going to go to this grand opening and I feel like you're gonna have a good time. But there's gonna be people there that you know that you feel like are not aligned with your higher purpose. And so it's kind of like you see those people making connections with the people who are like running this new store, and you're kind of like put off by it. But I don't think you should be, just because those people are monopolizing that person's time on the front end doesn't mean that you couldn't still work with them or that they wouldn't have loyalty to you, because, you know, a lot of these people work under that principle of like, oh, I need to be the first one there so that I can taint their influence with my presence. And to some extent that works, but it's not a guarantee to them. And I think that you know, it's possible it's not going to be the same for all of you, but it's possible that for a lot of you, whatever this store is, whatever this place is that's having this grand opening, it could even be like a music venue or a new loft space where they have like artist studios or something, that your purpose is going to be better aligned with theirs than these other people that you already know that you don't get on with. And it could be that these aren't people that you don't get on with, or like, not that you guys are like enemies or that you don't get along or whatever, but just that for whatever reason there's kind of a distance there, that you've put distance in that relationship for some reason. Like, it could be somebody you like a lot, but you know that they have substance abuse issues. So it's not like you're trying to judge that person and be like, you don't have anything valid to offer, but that you understand the limitations of working with that person. Alright. And yeah, because they're seeing this person for what they are and who they are, like pretty much right off the bat. And that's the thing, is that these people aren't idiots, you know. They know what is going on, and it's possible they even already know about a lot of the dynamics of the situation just through word of mouth. And, you know, there's a difference between being gossipy and being aware of the dynamics between people in art scenes. Because, like, you know, people in art scenes tend to all be very, like, opinionated and have, like, these larger-than-life personalities, and you can only really get so many larger-than-life personalities in a room before they start butting heads with each other. And that's just physics. That's just social physics. So there's going to be a certain amount of that going on as well between you and this other person. there's a time limit too. So like, if you go months and months and months without contacting this person, that there could be like, I feel like a 1 month time limit. So 1 month time limit. Once this place is like open for business and running, like if you don't get in there, and it's like, there's a difference between communicating with somebody through email and communicating with them in person. If somebody lives close by and you are trying to make an impression on them using email only, it's not going to be as effective as if you go in there in person and actually talk to who is involved. So it's very important that in that first month that they're open, that you go in there and you talk to the people who are involved and you get to know them. And I'm not just saying this as like a business connection, because I genuinely think that you guys could all have a really good and genuine connection with each other. But if you don't jump on it right away, then they're going to think that you are being opportunistic. So, you know, like, if you go in there right away, like, it shows that you care about what they have going on, which is what they're interested in seeing, is that you care about what they have going on. Because this other person is going to go in there right off the bat and make an impression on them. I'm not saying it's going to be a necessarily good impression, but I think that if you go in there, you're going to make a very good impression on them, but you have to do it, you know, like, within a reasonable period of time, or they're going to think you don't care about them. Which maybe you do and maybe you don't, but it's these early impressions that you make on people that can very strongly determine other people's view of you and how people think about you in relation to your work. Alright, what else do I need to tell Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week, the 14th through the 21st? There's somebody out there who's after you, and I don't know if this is like, it's like there's a certain amount of chase going on, but it's not like they have ill intentions for you. And I don't think that you're necessarily like dodging them. No, you've been dodging this person. Okay, you've been dodging this person intentionally. But they actually would have a very good influence in your life to the positive, and I think that you're afraid of that. Like, because, and this doesn't have to be a romantic partner, I feel like this could be some kind of business partner, or it could have to do with this other situation as well, right? So, excuse me. This could be somebody who is, you know, trying to commission you for some kind of work, or trying to hire you for a job, and I feel like you've been dodging and ducking this person. You've been trying to avoid them. because you don't want to have to give up certain comfortable vices that you've cultivated in your life. And you don't understand that they're not going to make you give up those vices unless it's interfering with that work. And I think that's your greatest fear, is finding out that these certain vices are directly interfering with the work that you want to be doing, and therefore you don't want to let go. And because you don't want to let go of them, you don't want to have to address these things either, and you certainly don't want to have to address them because of some external influence. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I've just been overtaken by yawns. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to tell Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the upcoming week, the 14th through the 21st? I think that's it for you this week, Gemini. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, and thank you for joining me for your Wednesday, October 14th through Wednesday, October 21st, crystal scrying. So, as far as the ephemera is concerned, it's important to know that Mercury is in retrograde in the sign of Scorpio this week, and the moon will be transiting from, the moon will be in Virgo on the 14th, and it'll be in Capricorn by next Wednesday, right? So that's that transit. And so the new moon is going to be in Libra on Friday the 16th. So we're dealing with that nadir in the lunar cycle. Alright. Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do I need to tell you for the week of Wednesday, October the 14th through Wednesday, October the 21st? You've been getting good grades. Good grades, good grades, good grades. I'm not entirely sure if this refers exclusively to those of you in school, or if it's kind of like, even at a workplace, you've been getting recognition of some kind that is like a grade more than it's like a, no, I hear pay grade too. So, it could be like a bumping up of your pay grade as well. What else do we have here? Is this because of hard work and sacrifice? Yeah, I feel like you've been putting in a lot of extra work and a lot of hard hours to get the grades that you're achieving now, but that finally you're starting to see a payoff. And I feel like the hard work has been like for a long time, and so finally you're like getting an A in a certain class, and you didn't think you'd be able to pass this class. You thought it would be too difficult. So you're very grateful that you were able to pull it together. And it's important to remember that there are lots of magical ways to improve your learning. So for those of you who are school, you might want to look into something like the Ars Notoria, especially because that is working with angels and prayers. It's not like you're bargaining with demonic forces. Although, if that's something that you're into, there are also ways of working with demons to gain knowledge. But you don't have to do that. You can work with demons, you can work with angels, you can work with Olympic spirits. I have an Olympic spirits video that's going to be coming out soon. I forget if that's coming out Monday of this week or of next week. And I mean, I say all these things, but you might not need that at all, because it looks like you've already put in all this hard work and it's paid off. But you had been getting to a point with it where you thought that you would never see the other side of this situation. And so finally, when you got like that A on that test, or your supervisor approached you and said, hey, we're bumping you up a pay grade. I think that might be it for a lot of you, is we're bumping you up a pay grade. So when you finally got to that point, it was very exciting for you, just because you didn't think that that was going to be a possibility. So, the other portions because like if you're a student, you're gonna have other classes, and if you're at a job, that might involve other work responsibilities being tacked on. So yeah, so this is going to be the point at which you kind of reach your next evolution in this particular organization. So it could be that, you know, this promotion then brings you additional responsibilities, and so it's always like this upping the ante. And so I think there's a certain part of that you're going to find a little bit discouraging, in that you can't just sit back and relax at any point, because you have to keep pushing forward. And the same with classes. It's like, because you focused so much of your energy on this one particular class, you start feeling like you could possibly fall behind in some of your other classes. So I don't think it's as likely for people who are in college. I think those of you who are experiencing this in a workplace, you know, the fact that you're going to have these additional work responsibilities tacked on is going to be a little bit discouraging to you. But like people who are in college, I think it might be slightly opposite, to where because you feel like you can do this, then you might even change like your coursework slightly to reflect this new found expertise. But you've been waiting. Yeah, I mean, I just get that you've been waiting a long time for this. So it's not like you've just been sitting around doing nothing, though. It's like you've been actively involved in this whole process, but you've also been waiting for other people around you to get with the program. How much harder can one person work? I'm hearing that too. So for some of you, this promotion might not actually end up being the boon that you were hoping for, that it might end up being actually worse, because they are going to be expecting more from you, and probably not not a reasonable amount. Like you might even be doing, well, I don't know. I think that you get the impression that you're doing more work than your supervisor, but that might not necessarily be the case. I know for some of you, your supervisor is going to be like dumping their responsibilities on you, but for you, it might be that you perceive that you're working harder than everyone else who's there, but that's not necessarily true. So just keep that in mind also, that there's a lot of jobs that people do that if they weren't doing them, you would notice right away. But because they do them and they do them consistently, that you don't notice that they do that job. And I think that there's a lot of things about this workplace that are like that, and that's why it took so long for your hard work to be recognized. Just that, that there are things about the work environment, and to me, I mean, like, I think that's really toxic, because all of these corporations are set up in a way that there has to be some kind of tangible representation of everybody's individual responsibilities, right? And that there has to be somebody checking in on that. But like to never be pointing out what everybody brings to the organization can be very toxic. Like, I get that you want everybody to be like worker bees and just kind of like be absorbed into whatever circumstance. But when other people don't understand, it's not like it's other people's business, but people need to be seeing that like everyone around them is contributing to the whole. To me, like, that seems like a really important part of an organization. And so if you aren't able to see the contributions of others, then your own opinion of the job that you're doing is going to be skewed. Alright, yeah. Because this new position brings a lot of responsibilities that somebody else had been doing before, and I don't know if they quit or if they got promoted out of that position. But it's going to also give you a new appreciation for what that person was dealing with. And that's going to be for those of you who are, getting a higher grade at a workplace. If you're making a good grade at school, you're going to end up with a new group of peers, I think. Because I feel like now that you see that you can do this, you're going to be pushing yourself harder. So it's going to be like the inverse of this other work situation, where it's not like you're being pushed harder from the outside. It's like you personally are going to be pushing yourself harder because you want to get as much out of this academic situation as possible, right? And you're going to find yourself in a new group of peers, and you're finally going to, I think that you always feel like everyone around you is smarter. Maybe because Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, there's a lot of emotional intelligence there. But because of that emotional intelligence, sometimes you feel like other people have more knowledge intelligence than you, but that's not necessarily the case. Because you're able to empathize with others, you see their intelligence more readily than you see your own, I think is like the bottom line with that. And that's not, that's not in every scenario, but it's kind of like an overarching theme more than like a case-by-case truism. But somebody is going to mentor you in this situation. Somebody's really going to take you under their wing, and it could be more than one person. I see here that like somebody could be tutoring you, or they know how to provide you with resources. Some of you might even have a college friend who helps you get an internship. So if you're a Cancer and you are in school right now, this could be a turning point for you in your academic career. And it's because you not only see the promise in yourself, but you're finally able to put yourself out there in a way that causes other people to see your potential as well. Because again, like I was saying, Capricorn is your opposite sign. Capricorn, I think, are much better at showing their value up front, whereas Cancer, like I said before, because you're much better at empathizing with others, you are able to see others' gifts more readily than you're able to project your own. Is there anything else that I need to tell Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week? No, I think that's it for you, Cancer. Hello. To my Leos out there. As far as the ephemera are concerned, there's nothing specific to you this week. But it's important to know that Mercury is going retrograde on Tuesday the 13th in the sign of Scorpio. There's going to be a new moon on Friday the 16th, and that's going to be in Libra. So the moon transit for this week starts in Virgo and ends in Capricorn. And all of the other placements will be cycling through that as well. But now, what do I need to tell Leo about this week of October 14th through October 21st? Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Fortune and opportunity. So there could be an opportunity that's coming up for you that's going to bring you into a newer and better place. Yeah, like a lucky break or something. has to do with some kind of rising. It could be your rising sign, so check out your rising sign, or if you're a Leo rising, it could be for Leo rising, or a rising star. Rising in an ephemeral sense. There's this sense of rising up. Separating like the wheat from the chaff and the cream from the milk. That kind of energy. There's going to be a demarcation, a delineation that occurs, and it's going to be that kind of energy coming to you, where, where you get this new and lucky break because of something happening. Alright, so something about a t-shirt, possibly. Something like a t-shirt you ordered could disappear. But you'll get one. But there's something else. You might be getting a new t-shirt printed, depending on what kind of work you do. What are we looking at here? There's something that's been ill-defined in the past. So a lot of what this lucky break is going to be predicated upon is this redefining something that was not clear. And it could be that it wasn't clear on your part, but it could be that, like everyone around you was not clear about something that had to do with you. And so now you're going to be given this chance to really prove yourself. And I think a lot of you feel like that you had already proven yourself as much as you possibly were going to. But the thing about that is that these people just are really, it's not like they're hard-headed, but they're hard-headed. Not like these people aren't obstinate and rude people, but there's something about them that, like, you have to prove yourself several times before they're really going to take you seriously. And so finally you're getting to that point with them. And that sucks, and that's not, like, obviously you would like to be able to make friends easily. But for whatever reason, that hasn't been the situation in this particular case, and so you've had to really, like, prove yourself over and over again, and it's gotten kind of like, you just feel like, could you please just take me seriously for 5 seconds, while I'm trying to show you this thing. And it's like, not being taken seriously while you're doing something really important. And so now you finally will be. But it's because a lot of other factors have come together as well. So it's not just one thing or another. It's like a lot of other things had to kind of coalesce and congeal in a certain way those who have Capricorn placements. Capricorn has had like Jupiter and Pluto and Saturn in retrograde in it for like a lot of the year now. And so now that those planets are moving forward again, a lot of those things are going to start kind of unwrapping themselves. And I've talked in other videos about that progression from Jupiter to Pluto to Saturn, where Jupiter is like your wealth and your prosperity and expansion, and Pluto is like things which exist in a very tenable state, like they could simultaneously exist and not exist. And then Saturn is all about the coalescing and the congealing and the solidification and concretion aspects of energies. So as far as career is concerned, because that's Capricorn governing career, you might be seeing things like that occurring even in your own life. But it'll be amplified if you have Capricorn placements. So, one thing that's going to be crucial during this time is to let go of all your sour grapes. Because the last thing you need to do is to approach this situation with old, stale, negative energies. And I know as a Leo, like your pride, you feel like your pride is at stake in a lot of these scenarios. And it can be really hard to let go of that. But it's important in this particular case, especially because I see that you're going to be surrounded by people who have supported you all along. Hold on. Because I have my own stuff going on this week, so as much as it can be really tricky for me to give readings when I have placements for different signs, because like part of it is going to apply to me and also to everyone else, so I have to be able to like recognize which parts of that are important to me. But I do hear sour grapes like a lot. A lot of you are going to be experiencing these emotions of like, well, why didn't you just believe me from the beginning? But I think that the people who have always supported you are going to continue to do so, and so you're going to be finding new opportunities opening up because there have been a loyal group of supporters from the beginning, and that they haven't done things to let you down. Like, it's not like these people are your fair weather friends. They're like real, true friends to you. And so finally, it's going to be to a point where all of it comes together for you in a way that, yeah, you probably did deserve from the beginning, but you're finally going to be getting the credit that you deserve as well. These people didn't ask you for your name. They didn't ask you for your credentials. So there's like this kind of, you don't want to just give your credentials because you don't want to sound pompous or like you're name dropping. But like, people also don't have any idea because they didn't ask you for that information. They didn't ask you like, what did you do before this? And that's on them. That's not on you. And that's going to hold them back in the long run, because if that's the way that they're operating, then, you so far. It's only going to take you in a certain direction. Or like, I didn't hear about you before this, so how could you possibly have done anything worth noting? There's been like a certain amount of that kind of energy floating around you as well. And I feel like there's something else to this. It's not like jealousy, but it's like a lot of people, I think, have the misconception that they could do what you do. And that's not true. Yeah. I mean, I know these things are true for me, and I'm trying to like separate and make sure that I'm not just giving myself a pep talk. But I think this is true for a lot of Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising too. In this particular time, October, I think a lot of things, it started in September, and you might not have noticed in September, but a lot of things are coming back around again cyclically. And I think in October, we're finally going to start seeing like tangible aspects of this. And so there's going to be more recognition of people coming out who have been doing their thing all along and maybe haven't been getting the recognition that they are due. So that is something that's going to be coming back around again for you in this time. And I know like Leo's recognition is very important. But it's also important to not get wrapped up in the validation machine. And this is an idea that I'm going to put the crystal down for a second. So I don't know how many of you have read the Kurt Vonnegut book, Breakfast of Champions, or have seen the movie, possibly with Bruce Willis and Barbara Hershey. I think it's a really incredible movie, but it's not for everyone. If you really liked Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, you would probably enjoy Breakfast of Champions. But one of the things about this story is that one of the main characters, because again, it's a Kurt Vonnegut book, so it's not like there's only one main character. One of the main characters works at a car dealership, and his entire foundation of his life is that he's like in his mind, okay, he's the main character, and everyone around him is like just these validation machines that he pumps certain phrases into. Or like his mistress, he's always like telling her, things that she wants to hear. And his wife, he's always telling her the things that she wants to hear. And his boss and all these other people, he's just telling them what he thinks they want to hear, because he's the main character and they're all validation machines. And so of course then when Kilgore Trout comes into the picture, he starts to realize that this concept, this whole idea that he's built his world around is completely wrong, and it really like destroys his psyche. And so it's important to understand that everyone around you is not just like a validation machine, that you like input certain things and then what you get back is like their validation of you. We live in this world with like if you have opinions about the Electoral College and you want to put them down in the comments below, I think that you should just keep it polite. Don't tell anyone they're an idiot or that they don't know, because honestly, none of us actually know. That's how the government is set up. That's, like, you have a theory you have the working theory, and then you have the truth of how it actually works. So keep that in mind as well. But basically, and I think this will be my final point for your reading, Leo, is that it's very easy to get wrapped up in that idea that the numbers behind you are what matters. But on the other hand, if an opportunity isn't right for you, for whatever reason, the numbers behind you are not going to matter. And people can be highly skeptical about that, especially like living in Los Angeles. Everybody here is basically trying to be famous. I mean, not everybody, but there are so many people who come here because they're trying to make a name for themselves. And so people here, I feel like, get very jaded on that. And there's a misunderstanding that the only things that matter happen here. And that's not true. And there's definitely a lot of evidence to the contrary. But it can be a little bit daunting to try to convince somebody else that you are worth what you think you are. Because even if it's something that somebody wants, it's worth however much they can pay for it. And if it's something that somebody is not looking for and not interested in, then to that person, it doesn't matter, because it's going to be worthless no matter what. And you don't want to build your life around those people's opinions either way. You want to be invested in what you're doing purely for yourself. Okay, that was a lot of pontification. I hope that that was helpful to you, Leo. So, Virgo, let's talk about your ephemera, because on the 14th, the moon will be in your sign. The moon enters Virgo on Tuesday the 13th, which is also the day that Mercury goes retrograde in Scorpio. On Wednesday the 14th, we have moon in Virgo in opposition to Neptune in Pisces, and on the west coast that's going to be at 4:45 in the morning, and on the east coast it'll be 7:45. Okay, so that energy starts an opportune period until the moon goes void, of course, while it is trine Saturn in Capricorn. We'll talk about that in a minute. And that's going to be about 3:45. So you get an almost 12-hour window to use this opportune period, which is useful for practical matters that have to do with existing projects. And keep in mind that because Mercury is retrograde now, Mercury energy is a very swift moving energy. So when it slows down and starts going backwards, that's very counter to its nature. And that's why people feel like Mercury retrogrades are so cataclysmic, but you really understanding it is much better. So again, there's this trine series happening on Wednesday the 14th because the moon is in your sign, and basically Jupiter and then Pluto and then Saturn are all passing through these different placements in relation to the moon. So the trine with Jupiter starts at around 5:12 in the morning on the west coast, and then like 8:12 in the morning on the east coast. And then it's going to pass through Pluto, trine the moon in Virgo, and then the Saturn trine the moon in Virgo. So this moon in Virgo energy is very much about emotional and hidden things that relate to your daily life and your health and your routines. So Jupiter being expansion and wealth, Pluto being things either existing or not existing simultaneously, and then Saturn being this concretion, the solidification, the congealing of these energies in relation to your emotional health, parts of your daily life that are hidden from you for certain reasons. So that's a very interesting cycle that's coming through a lot of the moon signs. The moon signs that are occurring, the moon transits that are occurring this week is that it's going to start in Virgo on Wednesday and then end in Capricorn on Wednesday the 21st. And then the new moon is going to be in Libra on the 16th. So those are the moon, that's the moon part of the moon transit we're working with right now this week. Another thing that's happening on the 14th is that there's going to be a quincunx with Mars in Aries and the moon in Virgo. Mars in Aries is a quick, aggressive energy, and quincunx is like a quickening. It's a very fast, action-oriented energy as well. So on that day, that's going to be happening like right after that Jupiter in Capricorn trine. So, that's going to be the activity part of that. And because that's in the middle of your opportune period, that's also going to add to that. It's going to be a quickening of that energy. Let's see what other, because Venus is also in your sign at this time. And on the 18th, which is Sunday, you're going to have a sextile. It's going to be at 3 in the morning on the west coast and 6 in the morning on the east coast of the United States. And that's going to be between Venus and Virgo and the moon in Scorpio. So that moon in Scorpio is going to be emotional or hidden things in relation to death, sex, and other people's resources. Venus in Virgo is like the romantic aspects of your daily life. It can also be about the money-making aspects of your daily life because Venus is also related to finances. But whereas Jupiter is related to wealth, Venus is more about like getting that coin. So that could be a situation where there is a turn in your favor in somebody's estate. It could be about your passionate interactions with another person. That's a very good placement for that as well. Later in the day, you're going to have an opposition. It's going to be more like 7:49 in the morning in the west coast and then 10:49 on the east coast. That's going to be an opposition with Neptune in Pisces. So, whereas Virgo Virgo is a mutable earth sign, so there is some flexibility there, but there's also this tendency toward order and routine and putting things into a certain place. And so Neptune in Pisces is a very nebulous and flexible and watery energy. So those two things being in opposition like that, just be mindful of that at that hour of the morning. A lot of you will probably be at work at that time. What else do we have going on? We have Venus in Virgo. There's going to be a quincunx and a trine very close to each other on Monday the 19th. So the quincunx, okay, is going to be with Mars in Aries. And again, the quincunx is quick energy, Mars in Aries is quick energy. So there might be quick movement in your romantic life as it relates to your daily routines, or it could also be money and health, because Virgo governs health as well. It could be your romantic health of your relationship. All of those things are wrapped up in that energy. And that's going to be like right after midnight. And then about a half hour later, there's going to be a trine with Jupiter in Capricorn. So there's going to be a spark that kicks off that energy. And then this trine with Jupiter in Capricorn, which is wealth and expansion in relation to career, possibly. And that is happening, like very early in the morning, whether it's around midnight on the west coast or around 3 a.m. on the east coast. So you'll just have to see during that time. It could even be like a prophetic dream that you have. And then there is another opportune period. The moon is going to square Venus, and that is moon in Sagittarius squaring Venus in Virgo. That's going to occur at around 8:28 a.m. on the west coast and then 11:28 a.m. on the east coast. And that opportune period is going to last until the moon enters Capricorn, which is either going to be 11:45 p.m. on the west coast or 2:45 a.m. on the east coast. So that's a good chunk of that day, and it's going to be good for play and social activity. Now, do keep in mind, again, the only caveat being that Mercury is retrograde in Scorpio. And then on Wednesday, the 21st, Venus in Virgo is going to be trine Pluto in Capricorn. So that's going to be the second stage of that particular transit, which when those Capricorn placements are moving through a certain transit in relation to the moon, it's much more quick. But there is still kind of an order to that in relation to Venus. And so, let me see if Venus comes through a certain placement with Capricorn in Saturn. Yes, okay, so the Venus in Virgo is going to be trine Pluto in Capricorn on Wednesday the 21st, and then the trine with Saturn in Capricorn is going to be on Saturday the 24th. So between Monday the 19th and Saturday the 24th of next week, you can work on that Venus in Virgo energy in relation to the Capricorn series that we've talked about in relation to the moon signs. because there's just a lot of stuff in the air that just moves through, and you never know. Like, you'll have a coughing fit and it'll feel like your throat's closing up for 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden it's gone. You just never know what's happening. Alright, Virgo. Sorry for sniffling. My nose started running a little bit too. Let's talk about your week ahead. Wednesday the 14th through Wednesday the 21st. There's I'm hearing appellation, but I don't think it's Appalachian. I think it's appellation. Hold on. I'm not quite sure what that word means. A name or title, the action of giving a name to a person or thing. So this could be you receiving a title of some kind, whether it is at work or whether it is in your in something that you do. Mistress of the Night, or Queen of the Beyond, or something like that. Or Sir, and then your name, and of the Royal Order. I feel like it's something like that, where you're actually getting a title. What else does Virgo need to know about this week? And it's a justly earned title. Could this be like a nickname? No, this is like a formal giving of a title, like knighthood, or being given the keys to the city. I don't know if that even happens anymore. I'm sure it does. Or something like that. You're going to get like a name or a title that is an honorific attached to your name. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. And this could have to do with that Venus in Virgo. Because the moon in Virgo is going to come first, right? And then you have the Jupiter, Pluto, and then Saturn in Capricorn moving through that. And then Venus in Virgo is coming the week after, and that's like more stretched out. So I feel like there's going to be, like, it's going to happen, it's going to unfold in stages. Like, I hear that it's coming in waves. So it could be like, you find out 1 week that you're receiving this honor, and then the next week is when the ceremony occurs, or something like that. And you're going to beat out other people for this title, so it's kind of competitive. There's going to be a competitive aspect to it. But you weren't doing this because you thought you were going to get some kind of title. You were just doing this because you enjoy doing it. And so there's going to be, there's going to be a ceremony of some kind, or an event of some kind. And because of how things are, it's possible it'll be like online, like on Zoom or something like that. But you're going to find out about it over the next week and get more details and everything, of course. But there's something about it. There's something about it. There need to be changes made to the process. And it's not because of the pandemic. So these changes that need to be made in the process, this was something that was an issue before, and now it's being addressed because respite a respite in which these things can be addressed. Whatever this organization is, or whatever this honorific is, it looks like there had to be some reforms made, and that maybe because of the reforms, now you qualify for something that was not accessible to people like you before. So whether it's because you're a woman and this is an organization that doesn't deal with women or something like that, it's going to be an honorific that you receive that you might not have been eligible is the word, because it's not like, I don't feel like it's like they're moving the goalposts. You know, I think these are things that you're fully qualified to do. It's something that you're fully qualified for, but it would have been because you're a woman or because you are a different ethnicity or something like that, that you wouldn't have been considered previously. Or possibly there were other, reforms that were made that didn't have anything to do with race, religion, creed, or sexual orientation, or whatever, but for some of you, it could be that. There's also this idea, branding. It's going to change your branding. I don't think any of you should actually get branded by these people, so if that's like part of the deal, really look at that closely. But I also don't think that's it. I think that there is something else related. Like some kind of branding, like you're going to be putting an honorific in front of your name now, but there's also like maybe seals or a different letterhead that you're going to start using on your correspondence, stuff like that, to indicate that you're now like part of this order or organization or whatever. Yeah, there's all kinds of weird smells floating through the apartment today. Occasionally here in the Los Angeles area, I will smell something that smells really strongly like a fabric softener. It's like a fabric softener laundry kind of a smell, but it'll cover like a mile area. Like it's not, and it's like transient, so it's not like a laundromat. I'm not sure what it is, but it's very irritating and it smells like fabric softener. So if anybody knows what that is, please tell me in the comments. Anyway, what else do I need to tell Virgo about this next week? You're doing great. Keep up the good work. And I think that's it for you for this week, Virgo. Hello, Libras. Happy birthday to those of you who have celebrated birthdays recently or who will be celebrating them soon. Let's talk about your week ahead. For Wednesday, October 14th through Wednesday, October 21st. Okay, so sun is in Libra, and the moon will be entering Libra around 11 p.m. on the west coast and 1 a.m. on the east coast, and that's going to be on the 14th. And then on the 15th, the sun in Libra is going to square Pluto in Capricorn. Capricorn. And there's been this progression from Jupiter in Capricorn, Pluto in Capricorn, and then through Saturn in Capricorn that has been occurring in a lot of different transits. So, what does that mean for your sign and the sun? The sun squared Jupiter in Capricorn on the 11th, alright? So now here on the 15th, here on the 15th, the sun is squaring Pluto in Capricorn. And finally, the sun will be squaring Saturn in Capricorn on Sunday the 18th. So that's about a week-long period. And the sun in Libra has to do with partnerships. It has to do with matters of justice and legal matters. So Jupiter being wealth and expansion, Pluto being things kind of having a nebulous existence, either existing or not existing, and then Saturn being the concretion to bring everything together. This Thursday morning, around 3:15 a.m. on the west coast and 6:15 a.m. on the east coast, so some of you might already be at work when that happens. That is going to be possibly a career-related progression over the next week, and this Pluto thing might be that kind of halfway point where something either does or does not exist. It starts coming into existence from the nebulous idea of wealth and expansion. Also on Thursday the 15th, there is an opposition between the moon in Libra and Chiron in Aries. Chiron in Aries is a healing energy about matters of childishness, immaturity, being too hasty with things. And the moon in Libra is related to emotional or hidden things that could be legal, or it could be about partnerships. So it could be emotional states about partnerships in opposition to you working on these aspects of your personality. Or it could be hidden things about a legal case. And that's going to be around 9 in the morning on the west coast and around noon on the east coast. And then the moon in Libra is going to form a quincunx with Uranus in Taurus, and that's going to be in the afternoon. And that quincunx is about a fast-moving energy. So it could be related to this situation as a whole. Uranus in Taurus being about things that a group of people are kind of discussing the what's going to happen with a property, or it could be about property changing hands. Alright, so then the new moon in Libra is going to be on Friday the 16th. And so there are some placements occurring in that. Moon in Libra is going to form squares with Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn in Capricorn. So we've already discussed that a little bit in relation to your sun sign. But here in the moon sign, it's going to be related to emotional or hidden things related to legal affairs or partnerships. So kind of a microcosm of that wider occurrence in your life. We're also seeing the conjunction of sun and moon, and that's going to be 12:30 on the west coast and 3:30 on the east coast. And then we've got Moon in Libra in opposition to Mars in Aries. We had talked about like a Chiron in Aries energy. Mars in Aries is a very passionate, fast-moving, aggressive energy. So for it to be in opposition to this Moon in Libra could be about emotional affairs in relationships, or it could be about hidden things in legal affairs. So either way, that would be possibly a little bit difficult to deal with. We do have a quincunx very early in that morning of Friday the 16th, and that is going to be with Neptune in Pisces. Neptune in Pisces is a very nebulous energy, so you're going into this whole day of the Moon in Libra energy, starting with this quincunx, which is a fast kind of an energy, a quick action energy of Neptune in Pisces, which is very nebulous. So it could kind of make unclear some of these other things. We have on Tuesday, the 20th, around 8:30 in the evening, when the moon is void, of course, there's going to be a sextile between the moon in Sagittarius and the sun in Libra. Sun in Libra being partnerships and legal affairs, and moon in Sagittarius being about emotional or unclear things related to elevating your state of being. So that's why it includes higher education and travel and spiritual matters. And it could be that some of these things are becoming more clear, or it could be that because of your emotional states toward your becoming aware and your evolution, that it's going to aid you in your partnerships. And that is it for your ephemera this week. Now, let's find out what else is going on with you, Libra. Libra, what do I need to tell Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising for the week of October 14th through the 21st? Get out your planner, get out your day planner, and I feel like you're going to have a busy week. You have a busy week ahead. And there's lots of stuff that needs to be done. And you're going to have to, take all these notes about it and really keep an accounting of your time this week. And it could be even in relation to your work, where you are having to keep accounting of the time that you work, and that you need to write it down in a day planner type situation. Alright, so what else do we have going on for Libra? Libra. This week, you've been watching things unfold for some time, and now you're getting ready to make some more concrete actions in a certain area of your life, and I feel like it could be related to something that happened because of your birthday. So not necessarily that that you had anything in particular go wrong for your birthday, but that either you got some kind of new agenda or day planner or something, or maybe somebody got you a bullet journal for your birthday and you're gonna start using it this week. But it could also be, I don't think it was like, there wasn't like an atrocious planning mishap in relation to your birthday, but I think like it's caused you, getting 1 year older, caused you to like kind of reevaluate a lot of things in your life. And so instead of starting like January to January, you're like, I'm gonna start with my birthday and go forward from there. So that's going to be true for a lot of you. And actually, one thing that I do want to point out to a lot of you is that in relation to the Gregorian calendar, I don't know how many of you saw anything about the Egyptian New Year being in September, but it's Egyptian year 6262, so maybe some of you are going to be using the Egyptian calendar, and this is related to that. There's good news coming in. Very good, but kind of stressful news. It's like an exciting news, but there's things about it that are stressful because you are going to have to act to make them come together the way that they are supposed to. And this is a project between you and another person. I don't think it's with a whole group of people, but I think there's a project that you're working on with another person. And so part of what is going to have you be so busy this week is that there are things that are being expected of you from this person. And it's possible that they contacted you around your birthday. I know that sometimes what happens is that people will see your birthday on social media and they'll be like, oh right, I had totally forgotten that that person even existed. Let me talk to them. It's not quite like that. I think this person would have hit you up at some point anyway, but perhaps giving you a birthday wish kind of opened up a channel of communication. It gave them a reason to reach out to you other than just like, hey, I want you to do this thing for me, because it's not really like that. It's not like you're doing this for them. It's a mutual project. But, you know, sometimes people, when they are reaching out to someone, they like to have some reason to do that, more than just their agenda. You know, people are weird like that. Outside of the system, so I feel like this is something you and this person are putting together, but you didn't do it within the framework of something that already exists. This is something that you two are putting together separately because you want to have greater control over it, and you feel like the current state of affairs is kind of not quite what you want it to be. And so you're kind of like trying to establish a new framework for something. And I've been getting a lot of these kind of energies in your reading and in Virgo's reading. So if you have any Virgo placements, you might want to watch watch the Virgo video as well. Especially because it was related to a Virgo gaining a title of some kind, and there being changes within that organization. So there could be something like that going on. Even if you don't have a Virgo placement, you could be involved in that kind of structured environment that then this Virgo ends up getting a title with your support. What else do I need to tell Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the next week ahead? I think that's it for you, Libra. Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising, and welcome to your week ahead for Wednesday the 14th through Wednesday the 21st. So, Mercury is going retrograde in your sign, and that's occurring on Tuesday the 13th. Mercury retrograde, people treat it like anathema because the energy of Mercury is typically very fast, and it has to do with communication, it has to do with shipping, traveling short distances, stuff like that. And so, of course, if there's any slowing in that process, people really notice it in a pronounced way. That's not to say that any other retrograde wouldn't affect you as well. The moon is going to enter your sign. We're going to have a new moon in Libra on Friday the 16th. And later that night, around 10 p.m. on the West Coast and at 1 a.m. Saturday morning on the East Coast, the moon will be entering the sign of Scorpio. So then around 8 in the morning Pacific time, there's going to be a quincunx with Chiron in Aries. Chiron is all about healing different parts of yourself. So healing the Aries parts of yourself, which would be anything about immaturity, childishness, impatience, those type of things. Not to say that that's all that Aries has to offer, it's just those are the things that you would probably be trying to reconcile with yourself. And so this quincunx is going to be a very fast, action-oriented kind of energy. And with the moon in Scorpio, that has to do with emotional or hidden things relating to death, sex, and other people's resources. So it could be, and time is a resource, so it could definitely be healing parts of yourself that get impatient when people are late or don't want to spend time with you or anything like that. And because that's occurring around 8 a.m. on the West Coast and then 11 a.m. on the East Coast, it could be related to a work situation as well. And there are a few other things it could be related to, like if it's hidden things relating to other people's resources. There could be something that comes up at work that makes you realize that everyone at work is having to deal with this similar situation to you, and it kind of comes together in a split-second moment. So the moon is going to be in Scorpio into Sunday the 18th. It'll enter Sagittarius around 9:45 in the evening on the Pacific time. So the first placement that that's going to occur is a sextile to Venus in Virgo, and that's going to be around 3 in the morning Pacific time and 6 in the morning Eastern time. Now, Venus in Virgo is your romantic attitudes to your daily life and health. It can also be about your day-to-day money gathering habits, because Venus has to do with money. Jupiter has to do with money, but more in relation to wealth and expansion, whereas Venus is more like paycheck type energy. So it could be something related to that as well. We have a sextile with Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn occurring throughout the day. So there's been this progression with the moon as it passes through different signs, where Jupiter, which is wealth and expansion, and then Pluto, which is kind of like things coming in and out of existence, and Saturn, which is about concretion. And all of those signs are in Capricorn, and they were retrograde for all of those planets are in Capricorn, and they were in retrograde for quite a lot of the year. So as these are passing through these sextiles to the moon in Scorpio, that's going to be related to emotional or hidden things regarding death, sex, and other people's resources. So there could be an instance of a hidden inheritance coming to light. There could be something about an emotional attachment to sex. Maybe you seduce your boss and you get a promotion. It could be something like that as well. Or somebody dies and they leave you a position. It's all kinds of stuff like that. But that's going to be on Sunday the 18th. And sextile is a very romantic kind of an energy too. So, and very like buddy-buddy. It's not quite a conjunction, remember, but it's very close. So there's a proximity to that energy as well. And you're also going to have a quincunx with Mars in Aries to that moon in Scorpio. So quincunx is a very fast-moving energy, and Mars in Aries is a very fast-moving, like a quick, passionate, aggressive kind of an energy. And then coming into Monday the 19th, there's going to be an opposition between Mercury in Scorpio, which is in retrograde at the time, to Uranus in Taurus. Uranus in Taurus can be about the transfer of possessions, or it can be about a group of people determining the fate of a piece of property. And that's going to be kind of later in the evening. It would be like before 8 p.m. on the West Coast and before 11 p.m. on the East Coast. And because Mercury is in retrograde at this time, there could be a mix-up in communication that makes this process more difficult than it needs to be. And then finally, on Wednesday the 21st, there is a sextile between the moon in Capricorn and Mercury in Scorpio, and that's going to be a 1:45 p.m. on the West Coast and 3:45 p.m. on the East Coast. So moon in Capricorn can be emotional or hidden things related to career and your business track. And because Mercury is in Scorpio and it's in retrograde, there could be like some issues related to, or there could be some slow communication in this regard that actually ends up benefiting you, because a sextile placement is actually very favorable. So could be somebody protecting your feelings. It could be some kind of hidden a Mercury retrograde can also expose that. So keep that in mind. Alright, Scorpio, so let's find out about your week ahead. Yeah, I am hearing something about a weak link. A weak link in the supply chain to your heart. I mean, I'm hearing to your heart, but I think by heart it can also mean like your passion for how you like to make money. And there's something about this that is being brought to your attention right now because of how everything, a lot of cycles are closing up. Like, I talked about this progression from Jupiter and Pluto and Saturn all in Capricorn, and all of those planets have been retrograde for a lot of the year, and now they're direct. So while we're still in that shadow period of everything kind of like normalizing, or it's really coming to like the idea of a new normal. And so Scorpio, what this means for you is that a lot of career things that have been up in the air are finally getting like all worked out, and part of that is that any weaknesses in the current system are being addressed. And so I feel like this week is going to be a lot of that, kind of addressing these things that have been weaknesses before and are now becoming more fixed. They're getting fixed. You had hoped that some of these things would stay in place, I think, though. Not because you are trying to hide behind anything, but I think there were certain aspects of it that worked well for you, and so for all of these things to be addressed and certain things to be taken out of the equation, it's really causing you to have to redo or reevaluate how you are doing things. So that is going to cause some inconvenience for you this week. But overall, it's going to be for the best, because then when everything comes back around again, the idea is that everything will be much better organized and much better off. But you did not anticipate this, and therefore you couldn't plan for it. And that's very frustrating to you at this time. It's making you feel like you wish you had had more warning about how everything was going to play out. You really wish that you had known more about the circumstances at hand going into it, but the fact is that you could not have, and that nobody would have told you those things necessarily anyway. And so it's not like the law and order of the event is working against you, but it's going to feel that way. Because I am really getting a sense, the sun is going to be entering Scorpio on the 22nd, but we're still passing through the end of Libra season, and so I feel like that the end of that solar Libra period is bringing in, and solidifying a lot of these changes as far as law and order are concerned. I'm hearing that specifically as law and order, which is why I think it's probably related to this particular solar season of Libra. And I think in October a lot of people are going to be seeing things coming back around again to not like, I don't want to call it a sense of normalcy, because things are not going to go back to how they were, but we're going to see like a new way that things are going to be done that becomes much more routine. So that's kind of, I guess, the best way to put that. It's going to be a new routine, but it will become routine. There's someone else that you're counting on. Some of you who are delivery drivers, I feel like there's somebody that you're counting on to bring you profits or to help you. No, it's not about help. It's about like bringing you something. But you're a delivery driver, so I'm not quite sure. Supply chain. Yeah, it's definitely to do with the supply chain. And I might have said that earlier in the reading, but I definitely heard it earlier in the reading about there's something to do with the supply chain. And so there's something that you're counting on coming through with supply chain. And all of these changes are going to bring that into a new place of security, not just for you, but for the overall organization. So there's going to be more security moving forward because these supply chain issues have been addressed. Because I feel like the supplier before, sometimes the cheapest option isn't the best option. And so there's some of you that, like the corporation was going with the cheaper option. But there can be a lot of issues with that, especially like I've found with shipping. Sometimes it's worth it to pay a higher shipping price if you feel more comfortable with how it's being transported. And being in Mercury retrograde, how your supply chain is set up is going to definitely be of the utmost importance. Now, the Mercury retrograde is going to be going on starting on Tuesday the 13th until November 2nd. So that'll be into Scorpio season. What else do I need to tell Scorpio? Sun, moon, and rising for this week. I think that's everything that I need to tell you, Scorpio. Thank you for joining me today. Sagittarius. This will be your week ahead for Wednesday the 14th through Wednesday the 21st. The moon is going to enter your sign around 9:45 p.m. on the west coast, and that of course will be 12:45 a.m. on the east coast. That's going to be the night of Sunday the 18th and the early morning of Monday the 19th. So then on that Tuesday, the moon will be in Sagittarius. It's going to have some different placements with other celestial bodies. Monday, the moon in Sagittarius is going to be trine Chiron in Aries. Moon in Sagittarius is emotional or hidden things related to your elevation of the self. So that's why it includes higher education, it includes travel, it can include your spirituality. And so, trine Chiron in Aries is all about the parts of yourself that are Aries-like, that you are healing. So, the elevation of the self having to do with healing, immaturity, or impetuousness. And that's going to happen around 8 in the morning on Pacific time and 11 in the morning Eastern Standard for the United States. A little bit after noon on the West Coast, Moon in Sagittarius is going to be quincunx Uranus in Taurus. Uranus in Taurus energy has to do with a group of people deciding the fate of some kind of property, or it can have to do with property changing hands, transitioning. So the quincunx is a quick, action-oriented energy. And so for it to be quincunx moon in Sagittarius, that could have to do with something hidden about your higher states. It could be travel, hidden travel, affected by these possessions changing hands, possibly. And then, of course, Tuesday the 20th, the moon is still in Sagittarius. You're going to have squares with Neptune in Pisces and with Venus in Virgo at different points in the morning. So that Neptune in Pisces energy is a very nebulous, watery energy. And of course, Sagittarius is a fire sign, so for it to be square, that is going to be kind of like two opposing sorts of nature. Sagittarius is mutable fire, and Pisces is mutable water, and Neptune is native to Pisces. You have that square with Venus in Virgo. So Virgo is being beautiful earth energy. And it has to do with, it can have to do with romantic routines, but it can also have to do with like paycheck type money coming in. So Jupiter is more like your wealth and expansion, but Venus is more like paycheck type energy. Excuse me. And so of course this being on a Tuesday and it being square to these things that are emotionally charged or hidden about elevation of the self. It could be that there are things that you really want to accomplish that you think would elevate you to a different way of being that your current paycheck does not support. And that, oh, okay. And then there's a sextile between the moon in Sagittarius and the sun in Libra. Sun in Libra is about partnerships, so your partnerships elevating your state, possibly in a hidden or an emotional way. That's also when the moon is going to be void, of course. And the moon squaring Venus today until the moon enters Capricorn very late on Tuesday or very early on Wednesday is going to be an opportune period as well. It's going to be a time when things can work really well, time for play and social activity. So that is a good operating period. That's most of that day on Tuesday. But then there's also this trine between Moon in Sagittarius and Mars in Aries, and those are both fire signs, so fiery energy, but it's a complementary energy. Mars in Aries is a very fast-moving, passionate, and somewhat aggressive energy. So all of these kind of coming together to elevate the self on Tuesday, possibly. Let's find out what is in store for you this week. You've been having a hard time giving up control of something to another person. I feel like it's a younger sibling, possibly. And you have been trusted in some way with their care. And now it's getting to a point where they're capable of doing things for themselves. And you're having a hard time turning that over to them. So it could just be needing to have an experience with them where they show you that they're more than capable of taking care of these things for themselves. It seems like it might be that kind of situation where this younger person, it could even be something where you're involved with a big brother, big brother or big sister type organization. If it's not a sibling, it could be somebody that you're mentoring. And I don't think it's that you don't think this person is adequately prepared either. I think it's just purely your own energy surrounding the situation of feeling like you can't release control of it in some way, shape, or form. But they are more than capable of doing this thing, and you will sleep a lot better at night. At night. Once you're able to successfully turn this thing over to them. I think, too, there could have been a circumstance in the past that made you hesitant, or that is making you hesitant to turn over your it's not even really your responsibility. It's their responsibility, but you've been taking care of it for them. And you are hesitant to turn over that responsibility because of something from the past. I don't think it's that this person failed to live up to that responsibility, but I think there was another situation that they handled in a way that made you uncomfortable. And so even though you know that this person is adequately prepared now, you still kind of mentally have a block and are, it's not like infantilizing, but that's the word that I'm getting for this. But that, because of that past situation, that's why you feel now like they won't be capable of doing this job, even though you know the contrary is true. It could be that there are other areas in which you are infantilizing this person. What else do I need to tell Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this particular time period starting Wednesday, October 14th? he didn't give you enough time or the grounds to do anything about it. Could the situation be reversed? Could it be that you're the one being infantilized by an older mentor or sibling? No, this is a different situation. This is going to be for some of you as well. There's there's more like an impatience in this other situation, to where possibly you were given an ultimatum by somebody, but it was like a loaded or stacked ultimatum that person had already made up their mind what they wanted the outcome to be. And so they didn't really give you a chance to meet the terms of the ultimatum. And they see that as you being incapable of meeting those criteria, or, well, if that was what you had wanted, you should have done it all along. But that's not really the truth, and they know that. They know that's not the truth. And yet they're still persisting. And that's not going to be for all of you. And I want you to understand these two situations are coming up because they're occurring around the same time. But it's very important for you to understand that they're vastly different from each other. That just because you are not trusting this younger person to take over their responsibility that they should be doing, that's very different from this other situation. This person's not giving you a fair chance. And it's not the same kind of a deal at all. And it's not that this person necessarily lacks compassion for you either. I think there's a lot of compassion there, but there's also this kind of like preconceived notions getting in the way of your relationship with this person. Gosh, I'm sorry. I just ate lunch. I try to eat lunch at some point while I'm doing these videos, just so that I can, function. So I apologize that my stomach is making weird noises. Yeah, there's these two vastly different situations that might be going on in some of your lives. So don't feel like there's any correlation between them. This other person that you're dealing with wants you out of the picture. And I don't think it's not a lack of compassion on their part. It's a feeling of helplessness in this situation. And that's why the odds are stacked against you. But honestly, if everyone would just sit down and have an adult, frank discussion about what was going on, that things would be opened up. And it wouldn't be like it either has to be like this or it can't happen at all. That's how the other person feels like things are going to be, but it's not an accurate depiction of the totality of the situation. On some level, they understand that, but they don't feel like putting in the emotional effort that it's going to take to really work through whatever this situation is. Let's see, what else do I need to talk to Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week, the 14th through the 21st? This person will at some point give you a second chance. And it's almost like everything has to completely come apart before there's going to be discussion about how to bring it back together. I do get the sense that this could be two men, but it doesn't have to be. And it doesn't have to be a romantic situation either. It could also be like a workplace situation where you end up having to leave a position, but then you get hired back. Almost like getting a promotion, but you had to leave and then come back for some reason. Because for whatever reason they couldn't reconcile just giving you a promotion. But this could apply to a romantic situation as well. Especially if this other person might want to open up the relationship, but they don't really want to open up the relationship. And they're having to come to terms with their own feelings for other people or another person. And they don't want to, they're kind of like, well, I would rather have you free to go off and do other things with other people because I don't want to put in the emotional effort into the situation. So for some Sagittarius, it's going to be that, and for some other Sagittarius, it's going to be the work situation. There's a group of friends involved, I feel like. And it's possible that this group of friends is talking in someone's ear. It could be talking in your ear, but it could be talking in this other person's ear. Or at work, it could be all of the management getting together and having these meetings about how things are running and being like, well, we really can't offer this person any more money right now for whatever situation. Don't you know we're in the middle of a recession? Stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is that the budget is being mishandled and that they could definitely pay you more if it was a workplace worth saving. So that's going to be part of it too. Something extra that they're going to make you do also. So, if this is a work situation, obviously they're going to try to get more out of you in order to pay you more money. And you're well within your rights to just be like, absolutely not. Because I feel like this is another situation where you're not being given your due. And they know that. And then in a relationship situation, it could be that this person they feel like it would create an imbalance to have the things that they want out of you be brought into the relationship. Is there anything else that I need to tell Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising about this next week? I think that's it for you, Sagittarius. Oh, wait. this transition from Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn all within your sign to different stations of the moon. And I say stations, I mean like as the moon passes through other signs. This order of planets, Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn, is going to be forming different aspects to the moon in different signs. So let me address that first, and then I'm going to come back and address anything else that's occurring. Because first we have the moon in Virgo, which is about emotional or hidden things related to daily routines, health, and your day-to-day life, basically. So, sorry, the bed creaks a lot when I move. Expansion, and then this idea of things coming into being or going out of being, and then the concretion aspect of that. That's going to be occurring on Wednesday the 14th. Wednesday the 14th. And then on Friday the 16th, squares of those placements are going to be formed in relation to the moon in Libra. And moon in Libra is emotional or hidden things in relation to legal matters or partnerships. So then we're going to have that same cycle: expansion, creation, and concretion. And then again on Sunday, we have sextile the moon in Scorpio, and it's important also to note that Mercury is going to be in Scorpio and retrograde at this time as well. Moon in Scorpio being emotional or hidden things in relation to death, sex, and other people's resources. And remember, time is a resource, money is a resource, all of those resources that belong to other people that they can share with you. And then again, we have on let's see, it's not going to go through that cycle again until we have those placements conjunct with Capricorn, and that's not going to happen until Thursday of next week. So that's what is going on with that. Okay. So then some of the other placements that are occurring, we have Sun in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn on Thursday the 15th. And again, that is legal matters and partnerships. And then Pluto being things coming into being in relation to your career, possibly. So that's happening in the very early morning of Thursday the 15th, and it could have to do with career, especially legal and partnerships. There could be something that comes up that day. A square can be a difficult aspect, but it could just be that something ends up materializing as well. And then the Sun is going to square Saturn in Capricorn on the 18th. So again, we had this cycle of Jupiter squaring the Sun, finishing out that cycle with Saturn squaring the Sun on the following Sunday. So that's about a week-long cycle that you'll be going through of this concretion process, and it's going to have something to do with legal matters or a relationship, and it could be a romantic relationship or it could be a business partnership. And then Mars is going to square Jupiter, and they'll be in Mars is in Aries and Jupiter's in Capricorn, and that is either late on Sunday night or early on Monday morning, depending on which coast of the United States you might be living on. And if you're not in America, you'll have to figure out what it'll be for your area. And that Mars in Aries energy is a very fast-moving, passionate, but also aggressive kind of an energy, square to that wealth and expansion energy in Capricorn, which can have to do with career. And then the moon is going to enter Capricorn on Tuesday the 20th. So then on Wednesday the 21st, you're going to have a square between Chiron in Aries and the moon in Capricorn around 10:30 in the morning on the west coast and 1:30 in the afternoon on the east coast. Chiron in Aries is healing all those parts of yourself that could be the more negative aspects of Aries, such as impetuousness and immaturity. And then moon in Capricorn has to do with emotionally charged or hidden things relating to your career. So reconciling the immature parts of yourself with the things that you are not aware of as far as your career is concerned. It could have to do with the way that you present yourself, definitely. And then there's a sextile between Mercury in Scorpio and the moon in Capricorn. And remember that Mercury in Scorpio is retrograde at this time, which Mercury energy is very fast moving, and it has to do with communication and shipping things, letters, and sometimes short distance travel. So all of those things, when they are affected by being slowed, you definitely notice those things. But with this sextile, it could be that delay brings benefit to you in a career-oriented situation. And then you also have a trine between Pluto in Capricorn and Venus in Virgo. And that Venus in Virgo energy is romantic or paycheck-oriented, as it deals with your day-to-day routines and your health. And then Pluto being things coming into a state of being, and Capricorn relating to career. So you have this trine where it's possible that some kind of maybe you got a raise or something, so your paychecks will be more, and you're going to be able to bring new things into being as far as your career is concerned because of that. And then finally we have a moon in Capricorn trine with Uranus in Taurus, and Uranus in Taurus can be about a group of people deciding the fate of a piece of property, or it can be about property changing hands. So again, emotional or hidden things relating to career, trining that could be a few different situations regarding October 14th through the 21st. You've been hanging around this certain area in hopes of running into someone, or in hopes that there will be a progression of some kind if you hang out in this certain area. Like maybe you're hoping you'll bump into somebody specific, but you could also be hoping that you'll be bumping into somebody in a more general sense who could also advance something with your career. Or like if you're hanging out at, I don't know how many people, I guess a lot of people try to meet each other at bars. But, you know, like something like that. Maybe you're going to a coffee shop in particular because you think you might meet a cute partner there. Or that you might run into somebody who would be interested in publishing your book. Like maybe you go to a particular bookstore, like an independent bookstore. I think a lot of stores have reopened with like these different parameters, and so you're going in there and talking to people about maybe doing like a book signing, or how did they get their books published, all kinds of stuff like that. Or just that you are hanging out in a specific place because you think that you're going to run into someone in particular. Maybe for some reason you think that they hang out there. But it's possible that you've been missing them. Or, you know, because of how things are, it's possible that the people that you're trying to network with are not actually going to be out in public at this time. And so, you're not going to be able to find them at these places where you're going to hang out. Your teeth. What about your teeth? You had a partial filling put in, or like a partial cap. Some of you. And I feel like it's possible that you had a lot of mouth pain before. And so now, because you have had this partial cap put in, or a partial root canal or something like that, not like a full, like, thing. I think that it was just kind of like over that tipping point between just getting a filling and getting like a cap or a root canal. So you got like a partial root canal done, and now you're having like a lot less mouth pain for some of you. Or if you had like a cracked tooth or something. And this obviously isn't going to be for everybody. This is only going to be for some Capricorns. But I'm seeing that like there was some dental work that was a little bit more than just a filling, but not like super intensive. And after you got it done, it really improved your oral health. And you no longer have the same kind of pain you were having. There are people here. It's like a group of people. No. These people aren't like in a group, but there are people who have been avoiding you. Possibly for good reason. And again, this isn't going to be everybody. This is just going to be certain people. It could be, probably they're avoiding you because your vibrations are misaligned. And so it could be that you were hanging out with a crowd of people, or hanging out with people who you guys were drinking a lot together, or getting into trouble in some way, or you were all part of like a D&D group and now you don't play D&D anymore. And so those people have just been like kind of actually like actively avoiding you. I don't think it's the same people that you're waiting for or that you've been trying to run into, but there could be some overlap. That like, this certain person from this group over here, you know that they work in this certain industry, and so you were hoping that they would be able to help you out in this other area, but because you're not playing D&D with them anymore, they basically just avoid everyone who they aren't in that D&D group with. But it could just be like a matter of something simple like that. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that they never want to see you again, but in other cases it might mean that. It might mean that because your paths have become very disparate, that these certain people, and like I said, I don't think that they're all like friends hanging out in the same group. I just think that there's like a category of people in your life that fall into that. Excuse me. What else do I need to tell the Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this upcoming week? That's it. I think that's it for you, Capricorn. Hello, Aquarius. Yes. Thank you for joining me. Let's find out about your week ahead. Wednesday the 14th through Wednesday the 21st of October. So there's no specific ephemera this week for Aquarius. The moon will be entering your sign sometime next week, like the 23rd, but we won't be talking about that right now. It is important to talk about some of the major astrological occurrences that are going on, though. Mercury is retrograde in Scorpio right now, so that has to do with communication involving death, sex, and other people's resources. It can also be short trips and anything that you're shipping, any kind of merchandise being shipped. So, Mercury then slowing down and appearing to move backward. Because Mercury is a very fast-moving energy, anytime it slows down or reverses, it's very noticeable to everyone. Sun is in Libra. There's a new moon on Friday the 16th, which is also in Libra. So, the moon on Wednesday is going to be in Virgo, and then by next Wednesday, the moon will be in Capricorn. Alright, so that's going to be the moon transit, and keep in mind that in relation to this moon transit, as it's passing through the signs, there's going to be, in relation to that, Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn, all in Capricorn, are going to be moving through some of those moon placements with different aspects as well. Alright, Aquarius. Aquarius. What do I need to tell you about Wednesday, October 14th through Wednesday, October 21st? You're the star, baby. You're the star. I don't know what this is in relation to, but there's definitely going to be a situation this week where you achieve star status, and it could be at work, it could be in some kind of, like if you're Plus, Aquarius, you are the star from the tarot, so that's part of it as well. And it's really going to be like that ability to be versatile and to walk between the two worlds. That brings you energy this week and complements your activities. So just keep that in mind. Don't close yourself off too much to anything that anyone is offering you. Obviously, maintain your discretion and don't let your guard down necessarily. But also be mindful of the things that people have to offer you that might not necessarily be things that you would have observed for your own. And not, excuse me, notice what I'm saying. Pardon me a moment, I'm going to readjust my legs. I'm not saying on your own. These are things that you notice, but you wouldn't necessarily recognize them as being things that could be for you, except during this time. And people will be bringing them to you in a new kind of a way that you'll be receptive to. But don't be too, there's no need to be overly cautious about the things that people are presenting to you as opportunities. What else do I need to tell Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the 14th through the 21st of October 2020? You've been getting really agitated about your right to vote. So, this voting thing doesn't come up for every sign, but I feel like for some of you Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising in particular, some of you are getting very agitated about the right to vote, whether you're a felon and you are now hoping that in a lot of states they're reversing that felons cannot vote. You're hoping that that decision will get reversed. Or it could be that you are very intent on exercising your right to vote, but it's possible that in whatever place you live, you are concerned about your ability to exercise that right. Or it could also be that you feel like your options are not very good. And I mean, I'm saying all these things, but these are all concerns that I think a lot of us have regarding voting. So I'm not sure. How does this relate to Aquarius specifically? They're not giving you a chance to vote. I think some of you have been disenfranchised for either, so I know there's a couple of pieces up for vote in California, and one of them is about felons being given the right to vote, and the other one is people who are going to turn 18 by the time of the general election being allowed to vote in the primary. And I think that there are certain Aquariuses out there who are very interested in those particular types of legislation right now. So that could be part of it. And then I'm also hearing amphibious. You're not just Aquarius, you're amphibious. And I think like I was saying about the star, there's a certain amount of you, like, kind of passing between worlds to some extent, so that you're not just here on land, you're not just here on dry land. And of course, Aquarius is a fixed air sign, so it's actually an air sign and not a water sign, even though it is the water bearer, and the word water is right there in the name. But for some of you, this aspect is going to carry you more into like this state of portals, or there being these transitional and liminal spaces that you are able to occupy because you're an Aquarius that wouldn't be open to you otherwise necessarily, or that aren't open to people that you know that have very similar disciplines as you, because of their birth chart placement being different from yours in that particular respect of you being an Aquarius, or wherever you have your Aquarius placements in your chart. So this could even be like somebody whose Uranus is in Aquarius having, you know, that extra advantage over someone with a Uranus in Taurus, for example. So I think there are just a few of these things that you're going to be encountering during this particular time. Because again, I feel like this being like a liminal space for you temporally as well. And that's not necessarily true for all of the other signs. It's more true of people who are going through this transitional energy, and I think that's true for you as well, Aquarius, even though you didn't have an overabundance of ephemera occurring for you this week. Again, like I said, there was the big Capricorn placement of Jupiter and then Pluto and then Saturn, all in Capricorn, and they had been retrograde for a lot of the year. So now that they're going direct, this is kind of a transitional period for people with Capricorn in their charts prominently. But I feel like there's something like that going on for you too, Aquarius. It's possible that you have Capricorn in your chart, but it's also possible that this is not related to that. The fact that you're an Aquarius is the categorization of this phenomenon, but it's not necessarily the predication of the phenomenon. I don't know if that makes sense to you, that it's because you're an Aquarius, but not because you're an Aquarius. If that clarifies it. Is there anything else that I need to tell Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising? I feel like my messages to you haven't been as long as the other signs for a few of these videos, but maybe you just have better messages, more direct maybe. But I think that's it for you for this month, Aquarius, or for this week, the 14th through the 21st. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, Pisces, it's time. It's time for your weekly forecast. So, you didn't have very many ephemera this week, but Neptune is native to your sign, and that's where it is right now. So, on the 14th, which is Wednesday, you have Neptune in Pisces, in opposition to the moon in Virgo. And that's going to be the start of a good opportune period. It's going to be useful for practical matters that have to do with existing projects, but also keep in mind that Mercury is retrograde in Scorpio right now. So that period is going to last until the moon is void of course. So that's going to be like start early in the morning and go until the afternoon. You also have a quincunx between the moon in Libra and Neptune in Pisces early in the morning of Friday the 16th. And quincunx is a fast kind of energy, but Neptune in Pisces is a very nebulous and watery energy. So at quincunx 2, the moon in Libra, that's going to be affecting emotional or hidden things having to do with legal matters or your partnerships. Then there's also a trine between the moon in Scorpio and Neptune in Pisces early in the morning of Sunday the 18th. And again, moon is having to do with emotional intensity or hidden things related to death, sex, and other people's resources. So in that case, things being nebulous or unclear might be to your benefit. Later that day, or later in the morning, there's going to be an opposition between Venus in Virgo and Neptune in Pisces. So that Venus in Virgo is about your romantic states, day-to-day routines. It could be about paycheck type income, whereas like Jupiter is wealth and expansion. Venus has to do with your finances as well, but it's more like coin. It's the idea of coin coming in, whereas like Jupiter is just like wealth, so it could be any kind of resources. And then on Tuesday the 20th, there's going to be a square early in the morning between moon in Sagittarius and Neptune in Pisces. And that moon in Sagittarius being mutable fire energy square Neptune in Pisces, which is mutable water energy, it's going to be kind of opposite, not oppositional to each other, but polemic. So watch out for that, because Neptune is kind of like the higher vibration of the moon also. So keep that in mind. Alright, Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What do I need to tell Pisces for the week of the 14th through the 21st? For a lot of this year, you've been feeling, so let me look. Yeah, Neptune has been in Pisces for all of this year so far. Neptune is another one of these like generational type energies where the orbit takes so long that it could be several years before it moves out of your sign. And it was again retrograde for a lot of the summer in your sign. And then we'll be coming out of that retrograde is all about equalization and all of these situations kind of coming to a equilibrium, adjustment, justice, partnerships, all of those things. So I think for a lot of people, there's going to be this kind of moving forward. People are going to start seeing things moving forward for them, and how everything up until this point this year has been a building process toward that. And I think that for Pisces, it's possible that it's going to take a little bit longer, but not in a way that you're going to necessarily be frustrated by or upset about. I feel like everything is moving along the way that it should and the way that it is supposed to, or whatever that means. But it's possible that you've really been thriving in your Neptunian Pisces energy during this time. And that by the time it moves direct again in November, at the end of November, you're going to be ready to move on with your life as well. But that up until that point, that you're more than content to continue with this period of introspection. I do feel like there is a certain amount of introspection going on, a certain amount of self-improvement, idealization, and mental inquiry on your part, Pisces, especially this week. Because this week does seem like it's going to be the turning point for a lot of other people. A lot of the other signs are going to be like starting to see progress this week. We finally have all of the Capricorn planets moving direct again. We do have a Mercury retrograde, so that is going to be affecting people's communication, and shipping is going to be affected by that. And Mercury is going to be in retrograde until November 2nd, so if you are mailing a ballot, just be mindful of that. Am I hearing we or am I hearing Pisces? Pisces are going to have a great number of opportunities that start kind of popping up though. And it's not necessary. This is like 7 of Cups energy. So it's like there are going to be a lot of opportunities popping up for you, but it's not like all of them are necessarily going to come to pass. By the time you actually get around to making a decision between opportunities, it's going to be that things have changed around quite a bit as far as the opportunities are concerned, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. The more flexible you're able to leave arrangements, the more you'll be likely to be able to execute the things that you actually want to get done. So that'll end up being very positive for you in the long run, I think, especially because Pisces is a very nebulous kind of energy, and but also the energy of endings, somewhat the energy of death, the end of one cycle and the beginning of a new cycle. So I think that's going to be coming for you, but it won't be coming until the end of that Neptune retrograde in November, or at least it will be pushed off a little bit further from October. But I don't think that'll be a bad thing. What else do I need to tell? Pisces, sun, moon, and rising about the week of October 14th to October 21st. Starch. Like you might be eating a lot of bread during this time, and that's not something to be ashamed of. There's a lot of people who carb shame, and I think that's ridiculous. Especially if you come from a culture where they eat a lot of carbs, like if you have Italian heritage, or even a lot of British communities are known for carb-heavy diets too. So I wouldn't be overly ashamed of consuming carbs. Keto diets are a big thing right now, but honestly, I get a lot of amusement by going on YouTube and searching keto diet recipes, because it's always stuff like deep fry this Parmesan cheese until it's the consistency of bread, or like save the grease from your bacon and combine it with this maple syrup to get or Splenda, and whip it into ice cream. I kid, but those are loosely based on real things that I've seen as keto recipes on YouTube. Okay, so it's about balance. It's about balance, and it's important to respect your body and what your body is craving. And if your body is craving carbs, you definitely want to keep that balanced with nutrients, but your body is probably telling you that it wants carbs for a reason, and so you should get to the bottom of that reason before you decide to just cut carbs out of your diet. The brain also runs off of pure glucose, and the more steps that you have to put between you and getting pure glucose to your brain, that's part of the reason why you get a sugar rush, is because when that crosses the blood-brain barrier and your brain is hit with that wave of pure fuel, which is the fuel that it craves, that's the only fuel your brain can run off of. Now, in order to get pure glucose to your brain, you don't have to only eat candy, obviously, but that's why it's important to not only eat a healthy and balanced diet, but also to listen to your body, because not everybody tolerates a keto diet as well as everyone else, and people would really go out of their way to tell you that anyone can live off of a vegan diet or a keto diet or a raw diet, but that's not necessarily true. And I feel like for some of you Pisces out there, there is a reason why it's important for you to eat carbs, and why your body craves carbs. So just make sure that you're paying attention to that as much as you need to. What else do I need to tell Pisces, sun, moon, and rising about this next week, the 14th through the 21st? Even if you go out of your way to get there on time, you're not going to make it. I think there could be a circumstance out there for some of you where exactly that, even if you go out of your way to get to a place at a certain time, it's not about the time necessarily, it's about whether or not you're supposed to be there. And if you're not supposed to be there, then it might just not be right for you to have come things are right now, it might not be right for you to be there. What else do I need to tell Pisces? Sun, moon, and rising. I'm getting a really weird message, which is about, like, if you are taking your time on a certain path, it's important for you to step aside so that others who are moving more quickly can go ahead of you, and to not get too hung up on that. Like, it's not that person is necessarily better at what they're doing and that's why they're going faster. And it's not that you should speed up either. If you feel like you should be taking your time, then that's what's important. But it's good for you to step aside and allow people who are moving more quickly to go around you. It's okay for you to do that. It's not about, anything but everyone moving at different paces. So don't take it to mean anything more than that. Because they might not even realize that they could slow down. But you being in their way is not going to be the thing that illustrates that to them. And they'll end up resenting you when really there's nothing to resent. I mean, you could end up resenting them too, but that's a different issue. It's more important for you to realize that whatever this situation is referring to, it could be career, it could be like an artistic endeavor, it could be even just on the highway. It's important for you to understand that it's okay for you to move aside. It doesn't mean anything other than just clearing a path for people who want to go fast. Is there anything else that I need to tell Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week? I think that's it for you, Pisces. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you for joining me today for your week of October 14th forecast crystal scrying. I hope that you enjoyed this video and that you got some good messages that you can use over the next week. If you enjoyed this video, please comment down below. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Tell your friends if you think they'd get something out of it too. I hope to see you again next week. I think next week will be the tarot cards again. And I will have some other videos coming out as well. I've been continuing the Demon Sleepover series, if you enjoy those videos. And then I will also have some videos coming out about Olympic spirits and also about thought forms, and my thoughts on thought forms. And I am still taking requests for